Alright, let's go to Thavnir, guys. I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would be a waste of time. Kral would have the same in mind. That's why we secured the aid of good old folk of the Confluence to take care of ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. What happened at the Confluence? That what we call the hunt for Iceheart, onto whose sanctuary we delivered the only knowledge by Comrade Moonbreeda. Moonbreeda was the authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon the pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Have you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath many times, I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak. Thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come to us or no is your choice, and yours alone. It is too difficult, and thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face what hath been long overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When you arrive, we look for a researcher named Kite. Or Kite Day. I'm just gonna call them Kite. You know what the? Okay, so where do I have to go? Where is the Confluence? Okay, if it's to my left from where I'm looking now. Oh, right around the corner. Ooh. Hi, Kite. Well, now, that's a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We are associates of Cryo and students about Desi, we seek passage to Thavnir. We understand you can assist us. The test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Oh, hadn't you heard? Well then, allow me to explain. In order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, we can't use it as a beacon to seek out. Wait, you're a mess of aether humming along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of the Aetheryte teleportation. But what if we to tell you there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to a place you've never been. For long years we've labored to make such travel possible, and people might move more freely. And we finally done it. We created a new type of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not to attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must be pre-attuned to each other. therefore facilitating the travel between 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherytes, one that's been installed here in Charlotte and the other in Yomamad, a port town in Thavnir. As you know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radz-A-Han, and indeed, we owe much to this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, they say these aetherytes were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry at such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, assuming you're willing. We're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to unreasonably fear their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream. In a statistical and unlikely event, something goes awry. But it's plain you guys aren't most people. Mr. Cryo knows truly how to pick them. If I must change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Boida here? Not present today? Oh, didn't you hear? They recently resigned from their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the forum itself, and I understand I'm not privy to details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see that your preparations and head outside to the Aethery Plaza. I'll be along shortly. So how's your day going, Sean?
Right, we're all set.
No. It's voiced? Hell yeah. Let's watch the movie, guys.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Oh boy.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Let's see. Now what?
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Wait, hold on. That doesn't sound good.
What?
Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Ooh. See how we traveled? Ah, makes sense. Radz-A-Han.
Thavnir, home to city-state Radz-at-Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy.
Ooh.
Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Alright, I made
Now
it.
across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh.
What chance?
Oh.
Against such an insidious foe.
Ilzabad Thavnir. Oh.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Oh.
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh no. I must go and stop him from spending all our money. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Ooh. It won't let me move. Uh-oh. Ooh. There we go. Estinian, no! You there, I need 3 drinks, something that'll help aether sickness. By the Mansua, traveler, I mean greetings and welcome. We are wise, good sir, to come here. My special Amon Lassim, only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calm and unruly bellies. By the way, by the warm welcome to Thavnir, I'm pleased to offer it for you for a low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. surprised this highway robbery. You want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words warning and you cry out, accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and use the gesture denied. His tears. Despair. Denied. No. I thought you could barely stand. You mean to tell you that's so urgent? I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir, but it appears that my prices. I had my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. The confusion will be quite costly for both of us. Very well. Then your coin. There's a bottle for each. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I explore the town. Yeah. Hurry on, Jay. Take it. Praise be to the toe of my stomach to loosen its death grip. A heartfelt thanks to the Endwalker and the fine fruits of these lands. You were in time. Excellent. You spared us to Thavnair's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you have it already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I bound it. This is the most I could do against the short. This heat short of shredding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for? Local vendor. Man says it's Thavnarian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. It is nothing fancy, but I always value function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alpha could hold a candle to you. Are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? One mustn't be too quick to paint the diverse people in such a single brush. It's such doth prove to be commonplace. I would presume it's diplomatic and social instability. Claiming Thavnir as its own dominion, the nation Radz-A-Han thrives as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Axadora, the Matanga tribe, indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the product of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted in the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this have combined to make a trading power of Radz-A-Han, yet a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence given to the merchants that the gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish reputation at large. Just so, opportunistic pricing doth ramp. Rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap people have fallen on hard times. Whatever it may truly be, it would be pertinent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out of Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see the information we gathered here in Yamamad. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make art for it. We're about to level up. His stomach behaving once more, thank goodness ready to get to work. Right, let's split up and make inquiries our own. Eclipse, the pier is yours. Once we learn what we can, we'll group by the Aetheryte, off-putting through the mere sight it may be. Okay. Well, if it isn't a traveler, your worst sight to see in these unsettled times. You've been giving us a wide berth since the accursed tower suddenly appeared in Nuremberg. If it just stood there and lived ominously, perhaps it would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We have our lives to thank to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. Crate laden with fruits, they're on the verge of spoiling as they've been left too long. Angelo. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. I still do daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. I hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Halzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazel a visit. I'm glad, and he'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like it or not, you'll find him in Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water here. Gazing out of the pier, you spy boats moored by off nearby isles, with silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to the other ports you visited in the past, it appears to have very little activity. Hi, Kazel. Or Kazal. Dalmatians aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't gonna help. All I know is their plans have changed, and that's that. Look. You must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And there's a tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah, this will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, and all the Penel-Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed! I know all these things, Kazel, I do, which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant. Like, please tell me you're a merchant. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Masa, and I'm here to see Kazel. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Atsuya. Yes, can I help you? I remember you seeing back at the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazel too, didn't you? I'm Matza, a fisherman of Akari, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazel, who auctions to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while. When I heard the... You saw those car buckles too, right? When I heard the consortium has been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see them. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, I dare not disturb him. Woo! Alright, gotta sell some bad stuff. Oh yeah, hang on. Why can't we use our ether compass anymore? My regards to you nervously. May I ask, what is it you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? Then you must have a great deal dealing with strangers. Please, don't you teach me to be like you. You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, a portion I couldn't preserve. I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I only ever dealt with Kazel, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle my fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know we could be anything else. The answer to the following cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any further duty finder registration. You'll do it then? You'll show me how you deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right, so please peddle my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yelmed. I'll observe you and learn. Let's go, buddy. Oh, well, oops. And yes. Yes. Fish! Fish! I got fish here. Fresh fish straight out of the sea. Bosom to your mouth. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh. But this is rather sudden. I don't need any fish right now. Oh, no thanks. How you fail to make a stand. Never mind. It never goes well the first time. I'm sure you'll fare better at the next customer. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I would like to buy some armor. Let's say it doesn't. Doesn't need to be export quality. Armor smarma. My fresh fish is the only thing you need. What do you need so many armor for? For eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I got to go through much time. I'm a stock taker by trade. No vessels coming these days, and the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing's coming in from overseas, so not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking for the next shipment is arriving for this and that. It wears me down, and I find myself hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you, Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit. I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Conversation ends with that sale. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God's my stomach. Ugh. Aether sickness? No, it's nothing so unusual. In a hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Take it easier. Eat more slowly. Go wait, save it to me. Would that if I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like it is not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. Working hard, so I better be prepared. What an industrious young man you are. Well, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone. Yeah, excuse me, I'm just getting back to work. Too bad we couldn't make a sale. We did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. Truly eye-opening experience. Come, let's return to the pier. Thank you for showing me how to talk to customers. Though you didn't manage to sell me fish in the end. By the way, you fiercely approach strangers with so much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example and endeavor to be fearless too. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope things will return to normal for Cosmo soon. Though I heard a familiar voice. Thought I heard a familiar voice. Who could it be but Matsuya? Basil, have you finished your business at the guild? And you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So, you can't buy my fish anymore? Sorry, Matsu. I truly am, but for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. My friends and family are dependent on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Basil. Not to worry. Using what I learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I best return to my village. Thanks again. Please take care on the road. That sucks, though. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. Where have I got these? Ah, there it is. Get the recording back up. There we go. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see we also heard the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but I think it would be to such extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearance and kidnappings are disturbingly a commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certain to temper the imperial soldiers. And as before, they put their faith in hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual of the Terrafroy. With that much safe, so you're helping. He's an Oxidar yet. Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people are being kidnapped. Could he be traveling alone? If summoning the perpetrators' aim, they'll send everything that Oxidar will be their primary targets. 'Tis the faith in their ancestors which prevail in this land, many of which are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Kali lies to the west. And I recall the same direction as Quarles' acquaintance, incidentally. That settled then. Keep your eyes peeled and make for the village. Come on. You see not Matsu nearby, but as a group up ahead might provide a better vantage point. Oof, that tower's really close. You do not see Matsu from here either. Oh, no, leave me alone. Help! Somebody help! Matsu's voice, it came from the north. Burn! Doom, 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 doom. Huh? Where'd they go? Why are you here? So you found him in time. Radz-A, the people are getting kidnapped. You and your friends came here to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what you do and well, everything. Then those men came. Kidnappers, we heard the Oxidara are being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. I've considered it me and the others, but fishing's all we know. The ocean's all we have. I see, that's your decision to make. But should you care not to travel alone? A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding the strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What can thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've come to heard that some bear an unsembling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot, House of Divinities in the old tongue, I mean. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that only bring death. Have one's faith so twistedly, grievously in dignity, and full justified art thou and thine outrage. Know that 'tis not for any other purpose but to neutralize the tower. That's why we journey to this land. But we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we learn of them all that we may. Wilt thou tell us the divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? I think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, I would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller. I ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us. And we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to a Kali? Wonderful. Follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Bavarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. They kidnap Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray we be able to save them. Indeed, saving them what means of confronting their false gods. Like it or not, as you said, we'd be well to study their religious traditions, the Kali. You discovered a new location. Welcome to Akali, my friend. It means White Beach. There's a much here. Save that. Please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with. Haga and Old Hetsura. They're free at the moment as it happens. Anga. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Masuya, the beings of wisdom who assume the forms of men, and the Murga, beings who assume the form of beasts. Together, they are divinities. Their form and personalities many and varied. They are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like us mortals can be. We are possessed with great insight and experience and heed their teachings. We strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Perk up your ears and listen. In ancient times, the Masuya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict, eventually seeking the wisdom of the Masuya the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up the ones of their foes. Likewise, the Matsuya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods, possessing both wisdom and might. They ushered in the age of harmony between the two factions. From there on, as a sign of their esteem to one another, the Matsuya have worn animal faces and the Murga limbs of men. My God. While you were talking to the others, I remember something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts the three of our most revered deities. By all means, we would like to see it. Oh. These are the Matsuya. You've heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sinduruva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, the alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right, the middle sister, Sendurva, a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And to the left is Vindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so beloved by weavers. Though each are worshipped for a different reason, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which keeps people keep in their homes for good fortune. It's the faction of the Matsuya, the deities of Eorzea, preside over myriad aspects of life. But what of Marga, I may ask? Marga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardians, deities in times of conflict. If you had the occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is the gods who possess the Gaja's head and the venered of Herkjeder of the Akasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. Worship dragons too? It's said that our ancestor of the Satrap is the ruler of Radz-A-Han, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of Satrap. Legend holds that if ever the Satrap is in need, his dragon will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear in your faith is plain to hear, and I'm confident that with the information you've given us, it will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. It's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. About time we sought out Krau's acquaintance. The alchemists of Nidhana. According to Krau's notes, we'll find her at a place called the Great Work, further along the coast. So you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant, beautiful, kind, and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare in her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. All those eyes, and those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Damn, that's another aetherite. Where's the tower? Like, oh. I wonder what those guys are watching. I'll let her have a chance to load in while I do. I'll read that in a minute. I was looking at my phone. I wasn't looking at the screen when I heard that. It made me almost launch to hit the sensor button on my OBS.
What happened here?
Oh, wait.
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the Satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Oh. The hell?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Oh,
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
we're from
Of
Aerzia.
course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderuva!
Cinderuva.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Oh,
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
oh no.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
Oh no.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Looks like I think I found our first dungeon. Alright. In solemn reverie. Come on, Nidhana, tell me what's up. Voice. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world. We're grateful you to assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with other investigations, Eclipse is immensely capable substitute. It will spare no effort to aid you. And if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans to nullify etheric emissions? Indeed, we do. As you know, the towers emit vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near without being tempered. And such, we only study the tower from afar, and the powerless to deal with it in a consequential way. In order to strike back, Satrap bade us alchemists to create enchanted talismans that would protect our soldiers to venture into the tower but they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, Our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the method tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved to be the most promising. Owing their etheric density, scales, and highly resistant to disruptive forces, the mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon, we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, leave it to me. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we only ask you to serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I will first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Uriel and Jay and I will find a way to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to a point of collapse, I suspect you could do well with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us begin the blessing of proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to your right. I will meet you at top and gather for some preparation. I hope you didn't have any trouble finding this place or climbing that hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. Thank you fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights. The drunken Deepa. The Deepa is the lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking the inscription of tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, you'll move to a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In low corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be to ascertain your blessing's protective ability. Please, whenever you're ready, please observe from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken lead and try not to fall behind. Ready in Aether, please stand back. Ready in Aether, please stand back. Ready in Aether, please stand back. Ready to discharge. Test subjects, please gather. 1. Discharge in Aether. You're struck by a blast of Aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming testing. Please follow. The tower's like right there, dude. Ready in Aether. Please stand back. Ready to discharge. Please gather near. Warning, discharging Aether. You're struck with another powerful blast, suffer no ill effects. Stomach. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Ready in Aether, please stand back. Ready to discharge, please gather near. Discharge. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of Aether, but for no effects. The blessing light to keeping you safe from harm. Preparing for final discharge. Ready in Aether, please stand back. Ready to discharge. Test subjects, please go close. Discharge in Aether. Ah, you've turned, and not on your knees. Promising sign, but come. Let us take the deeper off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether when we test the tabs. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk that the terror will corrupt your ether. With this, we can adjust. We can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior, no? To make you amenable to assist me. You see, our talisman requires to use special ink, but we've exhausted our stores of the key ingredient, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go harvest some. At the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we asked Adora to travel alone at our peril. Will you accompany me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I mean, you're dead. Without further ado, let's head to Kajia's footsteps. It's situated in the road which runs east of the Great Work. Yeah, I forgot that. I'm honestly not gonna books anymore. Uh-oh. Look out. Feel my power! Oh wait, let me talk to you. There you go. God, that gave me a fright. To think the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on. It's not far now. Through these pillars and up the rise. Roger was a great dancer. Those who follow her, well, you know, become dismayed to change their dance to their ancestors. At the benefit of the spirit regrows here in abundance, I will set about harvesting at once. Scavengers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radz-at-Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
One second, guys. I have to read this important email. Wait. Oh, okay. Good. Alright. I can pay attention now. Yes, the Radz-A-Han hardly anyone loud announced again.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the Satrap, the trials he must be facing.
You tell me of the Satrap.
Well, he is the most important person in Radz-at-Han. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present Satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And the stability provided by the Satrap is what has allowed Radz-at-Han to thrive all these years. And it was the Satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Oh no.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail? Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Uh-oh. I have enough spirit. We've lost us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? Are my friends online? Oh my god, Sean! Level 87! Not surprised these two. Level 8, level 80. Crazy. I did Hana. Talisman. Oh, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? Well, last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Uriel and Shay told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers had been inspired to fashion our new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain, but we need to replenish our stores. I'd be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate your offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out alone while the kidnappers are at large. Eclipse, though. I am pressed with another task to you soon. Might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In this case, you're not familiar. Giant skull is a type of ore that can be found on the island, owing its hardness to etheric conductivity, and my applications of many different disciplines, alchemy not all the least. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away. It should take too much of your time if we should be imposed on you once more. Thank you. You seek out the man named Zona. He'll furnish you with the ore. we borrow a pair of Hamsa pistols? That's most likely an Aether turn quest. Yeah. Here are Hamsa eclipse. The creature looked familiar. That's because they're close kin to your Eorzean dodos. To the outpost. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos in a while, be warned. They have a bit of a wobbling gait. Oh god, the humming. Spectacular formation stretching out is called the Kagaga. The word means sword. The sword, legend holds, was wielded by Matsue against the Maraga before he cast down the complex end. To the left, you require no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, the main part of the hatchery is on top of the cliff. Outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should be but the young Varshan? On an errand for the Satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to come collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host of their unflagging dedication. We will simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for this boundless benevolence, treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past 3 days, this remained to be the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years since you took it over? I wonder how that fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the Satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you all I do, and all I do of my own volition, and gladly. Pray you do not think of ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith on the Satrap is unwavering, but I still worry about you. We would become overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are our little brother to us all. Take care, you hear? I will, Nabadini. Thank you. Who might this be? Not heinous by the look of him. Let me introduce you Eclipse Morningstar, the Eorzean contingent. Come to assist in making of the talisman. From Eorze's, 8 towers appeared all over there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like? May I suggest you exchange information with the soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn the value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions you may have. It occurs to me I have properly introduced my company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land by patrolling the streets or dealing with therefore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors into our ranks. Even so, we struggle to contend with the fiends of the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 1 or 2 occasions. They came in force. We had to pay a heavy price. What of the tower in Eorze's? Did they likewise spawn monsters? Though it seems seen everywhere, with every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Hoodie. Ah, I've heard of you. You're a visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Trofroi? We know that there was behind the tower, and they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, I can bet that we won't let these bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like Eorzean and Far East brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. But the Tower of Radz-at-Han, as folks have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared when it did in the Isle of Thavnair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are you dealing with the tower in your homeland? So our struggles are not unique. That our hopes this day lie in the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained till they are ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope that it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radz-A-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream died up when the trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dear Darth information, I advise everyone to be grateful for this account. But come, give best see to your original errand. My guess is mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not. The path is straightforward, but we need to follow the road you set upon. You know it. The hell is that? Oh, it's the world boss. Oh, oops. Alright, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I'm Zahir. Is there something you require? Giant Skull is for alchemists, you say? Well, first they shall have it. The labor tirelessly to deal with the tower. It's the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull, which says on for our best friends. Welcome back. I hope you have a Giant Skull. Now we're capable of making our next prototype, one of which should be capable of passing the most rigorous test. When it's ready, it'll be time for the true test, so please ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Yep.
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavnair, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope. No words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well,
What was that?
I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life.
True.
Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Why was he watching us?
What is it? What did you see?
Saw Fandaniel staring at us.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last!
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot.
You're
Should
going
the
to
scale
not.
prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it needn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Three, two, one, yeah, yeet! Oh, whoa! Oh, it is a nice boat. Head to the Tower of Zot. Do 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 do. Good boy.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself?
I like to
Then
think
I'd
so.
like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Uh-oh. You got pulled into the dark. Oh, yikes.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking.
Similar.
My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old. Bro.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Vandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Vandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
What?
At your service.
Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of a different name.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend. Our first and greatest emperor.
Gotcha. Thanks for coming, Gurky.
And just
Oh,
as
that's so
I
hard
had
to say.
planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth.
majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
What a shame. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some dinner. Double time. So let's see. Oh, you returned, but where's Mrs. Nadehana? Answer was preserved. Please return to the great work. Oh, oops. Oh, I didn't even pause the recording when I went away. Rip. That's actually going to eat up a good amount of space. Ah! Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? I assume I'm telling him what happened, or else I'm just stuck. Oh, no. So it was Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread carefully lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Thank you for this moment of expression. Who am I? What are you doing? Let's go. Let's go, alchemist. I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress noted your vital contribution to Cosmos creation. The fact that this fact came to the Satrap's attention and recognized his abilities, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also like to discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it's agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radz-A-Han for the audience with His Excellency? We would be honored, of course, closer cooperation between our land benefit us all. And it is settled. Please come to the gates to the east of Guinswell grounds. I will show you into the city. Oh, you can see Radz-A-Han. Oh, present was. Bye bye. Here.
My child. Oh.
I get 80 scratches. I think it's a while for us to load. Yep, there we go.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Yozabad, Radz-A-Han. Oh.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta.
Oh. Here we are, Megaduta.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
Endwalker.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radz-at-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Look how thick that peach is. But Nidhana, he was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the First Brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers. Of Midgardsormr's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radz-at-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the Satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured.
Be right back. After a quick costume change, I'm back.
Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz-A-Han.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Oh no.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radz-at-Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
Oh.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz-A-Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz-at-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Back to Sharlayan. Damn, I can't attune to Radz-at-Han, but I was able to go to that place and the great work. Alright. Back to Sharlayan. Let me in! Let me in! Oh.
Your time in Thavnair has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Ethereal Sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
I agree.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alpha Node's in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radz-at-Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetheryte at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Oh. Patron the Mojave almost makes you wish for nuclear winter. Oh boy, time for our dungeon. Okay, thanks. I've been waiting for this day. The tower is now accessible. Let me see how long the queues are if I were to hop in there. Average wait time 11 minutes. Looks like we're going in with a trust. From the party.
Right then.
Right then. Here we go! Yikes. Tower of Zot. Ooh. Let's go. Please, let us proceed with caution. Summoning has begun. Oh boy. Oh. Good luck, guys. Onward and upward.
This will hurt.
cannot stop us! You're mine!
Ah, it's the first one.
underestimate me! This will hurt!
We have chosen defiance. Let's go. Oh God, what's wrong with these guys? saying that for a little bit as the game.
You cannot stop us!
Oh, that's...
This will hurt.
I don't like that noise. Well, I think we found the core. And the final sister. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Harbinger elect the Magna Sisters. Oh boy. Go to final sister, I hope. Holy, please move.
You underestimate me! You underestimate me!
that's a lot of XP. Woo-wee, baby. I think at the conclusion of this, real quick, I am going to pause the recording, edit the video, and then upload it for scheduled release sometime next week. But, you know, just get space open so I can keep recording, because I took up a lot of space today.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Man's limb.
And that should be the end of it.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Oh boy.
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Yikes. That must have taken a lot of aether.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Once we conclude this quest, I will pause the recording and get all that stuff done. I'm done. Nice. Alright, so let's get this recording. Alright. After troubleshooting, we can continue now. Oh, not Estinian. Enough rest, have you? You were never one to be idle. Right. Farsham bade us to come to Mikot at their earliest convenience, and will join us there once we finish tending to it. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Leave me alone, Jamo. Iron Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Did you require directions to the city? A sentry station at the fountain up top to be able to assist you. Let's go, Estinian. Wait, oh wait, that's a conversation point with Sinium. Oh my god, controller. Please. Let's go! There they are.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Just realized something. Okay, that's what happened. Alright, now I know what happened. Recording. Oh, glad I am your unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence.
Yeah, we're pretty good.
No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radz-at-Han.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
Ooh.
Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radz-at-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief. My involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
True.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Yep. I only wish you could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus, do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Damn right I'm gonna try.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
So what was we talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up with them. left and past the mobile. It's anchored in Errand, Jay. Oh.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
Out of heart bloom.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Hanish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Damn, guys. It's crazy. The Valdez signal. Oh, it's snowing here. Plug my phone in. Back to gray.
Take heart and protect them well.
I wonder who this could be.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh, wow.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radz-at-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
I love scenes like that. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.